Hello everyone, welcome to the Packet Hacking Village at DefCon 28 Safe Mode. We hope that you and your loved ones are all doing good and are staying safe during this pandemic. We wish that we were all together here in person for the conference. While there is no substitute for in-person conferences, they will be back eventually, and we're making the best of what we currently have. Thank you so much for all your love, for all your support, for all these years. The first time the Packet Hacking Village ran a talks track was at DefCon 21 in 2013. Each year since then, Mike Rago and Chet Hosmer has given a talk at the Packet Hacking Village. However, they have not given the opening talk at the Packet Hacking Village until now. It is my pleasure to introduce to you old friends and supporters, Mike Rago and Chet Hosmer, with their talk, Media Analysis of Disinformation Campaign.
Hi everyone, and welcome to DefCon 28. We're going to be talking today about media analysis of disinformation campaigns. I'm Chet Hosmer. I'm going to do a quick introduction of the talk, then I'm going to turn it over to Mike Rago, who's going to kind of dive into this topic a little bit deeper. But I want to kind of at least set the stage for you. First of all, Mike and I have worked together for many, many years. We created a book together called Data Hiding, where some of the information here is relevant or related to the work that we've done in data hiding and steganography. So I want to kind of give you just a quick introduction to the talk today. So the threat, what are we worried about here with these disinformation campaigns? And we're going to focus a lot on media today. In other words, multimedia content that is included as part of these disinformation campaigns. So today the internet and social media is filled with a lot of multimedia content. Most of this is relatively harmless and in many cases can be quite useful. These multimedia events basically communicate knowledge in the forms of training and information sharing, new ideas, new concepts, even new thinking, and of course pictures and videos of our pets. However, a growing percentage of multimedia content have been manipulated in order to deceive and change the way we think, people think, act, react, believe, and can ultimately cause harm because they're fake, because they're untrue. The simple question then is, how do we tell the difference between real and fake, fact and fiction, and I guess ultimately good and evil?
So with that quick introduction, let me turn it over to my good friend, Mike Rago, to kind of take you through the next section.
So we thought we would begin by talking a little bit about the different types of disinformation campaigns. There's certainly a variety of disinformation campaigns that we see in today's world. With COVID or the coronavirus being top of mind for many folks, there's a variety of disinformation that is inspiring mass hysteria across people all around the world, including here in the United States. And that's inspired by a variety of media, video, images of people suffering from the coronavirus, remedies that are available for it, cities or locations that have been heavily impacted by the coronavirus. And as a result, inspiring a lot of concerns and risks associated with that. In addition, there continues to be a huge uptick in political disinformation as well. We've seen with politics in Brazil, here in the United States, and other locations all around the world, where we have different candidates spreading different forms of disinformation, as well as various groups and organizations and individuals also inspiring that as well. Some of the less familiar ones that we see out there, but still very impactful, are things like catfish fake rallies. This is a technique used through social media to actually inspire a rally, one that hasn't been planned yet. And so someone will create a fictional event and post it across Facebook, across Twitter, other social media outlets. And then in doing so, to garner attention around it, the creator will then send things like private messages to other social media users asking them to attend and repost it. And then this is eventually turned over to a larger group whose message is inspired by this, to have them also promote it to a broad base of users. The intent behind this type of thing is to actually form a rally in some cases, and in doing so support a specific narrative supported by a large organization who supports that narrative, and the underlying tone being, in a way, kind of manipulating people and really getting them to join a particular rally, all based on an original fake type of catfish. And then other things that we see also involve malware. In the case of malware, we've seen things such as phishing or vishing attacks, where fake audio is used to impersonate an executive and maybe splice together different pieces of audio from recordings that have been found online and elsewhere to create a message that is sent to one or more executives, someone in the accounting department, or to customers of that company or that organization, informing them that, say, the account information that needs to be paid has changed. The bank information has changed, and inspire them to make payment to a particular account different from the original that they have on file. So a lot of these disinformation campaigns inspire a lot of different narratives and a lot of different results. Again, kind of our focus here in this particular presentation is actually taking a closer look at the media tied to a lot of those disinformation campaigns. In terms of political disinformation, here's just one of many examples that are out there. In this particular one, a congressman actually tweeted a fake photo of Obama meeting with the Iranian president Rouhani, when actually this was an altered image. In the original image was really of Obama meeting with former Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to talk about nuclear laws and things of that nature. And so it was soon discovered that not only as a result of the photo, but furthermore, the placement of these people at different points in time was that they didn't actually meet at the time at which this photo was representative of them actually meeting together. So based on the timeline, these two people were not in the same place at the same time. But furthermore, upon further analysis, it was determined that this image was actually fake and that someone had modified it from the original. Some of the research that we've done involves leveraging many of the cool capabilities available within AWS, such as recognition and the ML built into that. And in doing our research, we've created a number of systems that allow for deep analysis around these types of things. So for example, taking this particular image and running it through AWS's recognition and machine learning based on some modifications we made actually allows you to identify some very interesting characteristics to help identify when there are altered forms of media, in this case an image. For example, in terms of identifying items and objects within the photo, provides the ability to understand context. And in this case, you can see that there are individuals that are identified, various flags, accessories, person wearing a pin or a tie, and those things become more important in building out the broader picture in trying to understand when an altered piece of media, in this case an image, is actually used. In addition, it can also bring out facial attributes where you can see and understand expressions, and in addition understand what people are wearing within the photo, and in addition things such as whether they're happy, they're sad, and other types of characteristics related to their facial attributes. If we go back to the original photo, the one from which the altered image or the fake image was actually created from, and we run that through the tool as well, we can further identify other characteristics that we can compare to the fake photo. In this case, we additionally identify other characteristics, not only beyond the fact that there's a different individual in the photo than in the fake photo, but also characteristics of that image. Interesting aspects of this image was a different colored turban that the individual is actually wearing, and how that was actually pieces of that were left over in the fake photo when splicing in a different individual within the photo itself. In addition, there were kind of blocky components of the fake photo related to the individual that was spliced over and into that fake image, whereby structures of the face were along the line, and some other characteristics that came out of some of the analysis too. So interesting aspects related to this. In looking at traditional, media and trying to understand some of the metadata and characteristics of those images, involved looking at metadata and really understanding the photographer or the source of that image or what camera was used to take that photo, and even sometimes some of the location information included in that metadata. But as we've demonstrated over the last number of years, actually the last roughly 20 years that we've been presenting across DefCon, Sky Talks, Wall of Sheep, and other conferences as well, is that, as we know today, social media largely strips off a lot of this metadata and furthermore recompresses media, whether that be an image, audio, or video. And through that recompression, actually further morphs and changes the content of that actual media. And therefore, really in today's world, getting beyond the metadata and really looking at many of the characteristics we've shown so far becomes increasingly important in terms of doing this deeper analysis of altered media, in this case images, of which we talked about up until now. We stood up a different ML type of environment within AWS that leverages video analysis too. We took a video from a presentation we did in DefCon 25 where Dr. Phil Tully and myself presented a picture is worth 1,000 words, literally. And so that presentation garnered the attention of CNN at the time, and so we did a TV interview. And so I took that video and ran it through the video analysis tool to see what type of things it could identify. AWS recognition and the other things that are built into many of the capabilities allow you to understand things such as what objects are in the video, but furthermore, how often do they show up? And where in the video timeline do they show up? A lot of these so-called forensic data points can be really helpful and really important in terms of building out and understanding analysis around disinformation campaigns in general and the types of things within those images that may identify the source of that image, understanding and placement of people or objects at different points in time, a video that may claim to be recorded in New York when actually objects in the video are located in San Francisco. So there's a lot of interesting characteristics that can come out of this. One of those things is being able to look in more detail at those objects. And in doing so, you can see here that it'll pull out and identify a plethora of different objects, how frequently they show up, and where in the video timeline do they show up. And this can also be really helpful from a forensic standpoint. Traditional methods, we would take a look at an image or we would take a look at a video and try to identify interesting characteristics kind of using that human analysis. Now is the ability to actually pull that out in an automated way, leveraging machine learning and leveraging all of that deep analysis to bring out a lot of those characteristics across OCR, NLP, and many other things. And this also does work with images as well. Remember that a video is just comprised of multiple images. It'll also leverage things like optical character recognition, or OCR, and this allows you to pull out words from objects identified within the video. This could be things like a license plate, or a sign, or a logo on the side of a vehicle, or a building, or something else, even a logo on somebody's t-shirt. These all become really, really important in terms of understanding all the data and the analysis of that to understand things that have inspired the disinformation campaign and characteristics of that video or that image. One important aspect to this, though, is that old school methods still apply. And what we mean by that is, old school methods of analyzing images, analyzing things, and understanding when there are different types of text, within an image, is that, with old school methods, we could actually take a look at a black background and identify where there's embedded text within that. So if there's only a 1 or 2 shade difference for that text compared to the black background, can OCR actually identify that? What we found is that actually it does not do a very good job of identifying that. So blending kind of those old school, a little bit more manual analysis techniques with current day aspects of OCR combined really provide a much better strategy overall. But that said, AWS's Textract is actually super awesome. There are a lot of features and capabilities in here that would take a long time trying to accomplish using old school manual methods. So actually using this to perform the OCR analysis can allow you to bring out a lot of the aforementioned objects and text and things like that within an image. And as a result, help you identify those. But if there are minor subtleties, such as in this case text on a black background, it may miss that. And that's something that we actually tested using AWS Textract, is that when taking this type of image and putting it into the tool, it simply just didn't identify any text within that particular image. But again, kudos to AWS. I mean, Textract is a fantastic tool. In addition, we can also do video analysis and extract the audio. And in doing so, there's a lot of interesting data points there. The speech recognition built into what AWS provides and what we build out in the tool set allows you to identify those key phrases from the transcript of what is being mentioned during that video. From here, you can identify the frequency at which much of that occurs, such as how often are certain phrases or words used throughout the video. And in analyzing that, understanding what type of lingo does that individual normally use versus what's actually being said in the video. Also, the speech recognition can identify other characteristics such as people's names and things that are mentioned within the video, dates, countries, quantities of items, and things of that nature too. So what may be really helpful is that if there are multiple individuals talking and some of it's in the background, some of it does have the capability to pick up on some of that as well and really provide analytics around that, and also in the context of where that audio or that word or that phrase was mentioned in the timeline. So bringing this all together, the video analysis and going beyond just deepfakes in general, disinformation is more than deepfakes. And what we mean by that is, there are a lot of other attributes we've talked about so far related to a video that can also be key. So although there's some great AI around understanding and identifying deepfakes, also all of this additional analysis is super important into understanding the fake narrative. These attributes, as we've mentioned, that drive these false narratives may be, individuals that are in the video or objects, any type of identified words or lingo, and facial expressions and even human characteristics. And this is particularly important in today's world of social media, where metadata is less and less found across the different forms of media. In addition, if we kind of take a look at the old school steganography problem, is there something embedded in this image? The big challenge that's always existed is, well, I don't have the original file before that data was embedded in that image, so it becomes more difficult to identify that. I can't do a hash of the original and a hash of the modified image with the hidden data in it because I don't have the original image. Same thing goes for a diff or other types of techniques that you could use. But although hashing may not work in these circumstances, ML, NLP, OCR, facial and object recognition, all of these things do actually work particularly well. And understanding the behavioral changes of a social media account or website over time is also super helpful in understanding the timeline and behavioral changes across that social media account. And also, in addition, is the source of the additional media and being able to collect that over the timeline and actually run that through the machine learning to build out a profile for that individual, for that account. What are the normal behaviors, and do we see a deviation of that? So social media accounts can change over time, especially when they're taken over. And so in this particular case here, this is just one of numerous examples where an innocent individual had their account taken over and turned into a zombie account. And whoever took over that account then used it to inspire disinformation campaigns by posting a lot of disinformation around the coronavirus. And over that time frame, characteristics of how that account changed was not only the background, but also the name, the language, and a variety of other things in terms of the type of content posted. So monitoring this over a timeline can help gather a much more broad corpus of media to really identify characteristics of the disinformation, characteristics of how it's been weaponized, and characteristics of their TTPs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chet.
So let's take a look at some sample fake images. I know we're so interested in audio and video and other things, but remember, videos within multimedia are just made up of images and audio clips, right? So typically JPEGs and MP3s within, let's say, an MP4 kind of environment. But let's take a look at some images, and we'll talk about how we break those down and how we actually approach the process of detecting anomalies with them. Before we do that, we should take a look at a few fakes to see what they actually look like. So here's one. This is actually a really good one because it was actually produced by a studio. So this was actually produced by Paramount Pictures in the Baywatch movie. So we've got Zac Efron and Dwayne Johnson here kind of walking away from a beach scene. In this particular clip, neither one was actually in the shot together. They were separate and they were pasted together with this particular background. So we're going to take a look at that in a minute to see. Now you notice this particular image, you know, with Dwayne Johnson's tattoos and that kind of stuff. You would expect us to be able to get some false positives, let's say, within those particular areas. We're going to talk about how we can actually avoid those. This is a really old one. This was the cover of National Geographic magazine back in February 1982, and I bring this one up because this again was produced by a professional organization. What they've done is moved the pyramids closer together and added the camel riders to the foreground of this particular image. They received significant amounts of criticism for their modification of this image. So this happens a lot, right? When photographers are taking photographs of scenes, they want to enhance their impact. In this one, the impact and the enhancement may not have been that bad. In other words, again, the fact versus fiction issue, but it's still the same thing. They've tried to enhance this image to give us an impression that isn't true. Here's one that's a bit more serious. This was during the time of Hurricane Sandy, and someone put together this particular image of the Statue of Liberty in the foreground and Hurricane Sandy approaching New York Harbor. Obviously this didn't happen. However, it caused a bit of panic because this ended up as a photograph on a couple of the evening news segments and obviously on the internet. So people were looking at this and thinking, wow, this is right on top of us, what should we do? So again, these kinds of fakes can have impact on people's lives as we take a look at them if we believe them to be true. Many enhancements were made to this particular image. Obviously, this is a really good one. Obviously, this is a real image of a flying saucer in the desert. We'll talk about this one as we actually walk through the demonstration to talk about how this was in fact created. But again, there's many different ways that we can create these. This is a really good one. This is a selfie of a pilot flying at 300 miles an hour, sticking his head out the cockpit window and taking a selfie of himself. And you notice that it has the plane, the engine, and many different parts of this were actually factored in. The glasses, the tie, flying in the wind, all of that kind of stuff. And we'll talk about how this was actually done and actually break this down for you in a couple of minutes. So some things a little bit more serious. Obviously, this is Vladimir Putin supposedly whispering over Donald Trump's ear, kind of giving him some advice. And obviously this never happened as well. So we're going to break this one down for you and kind of show you. So this is becoming a little bit more political in nature and how they're being used in this regard. But it's a really good one. It was created with machine learning to basically bring these two photographs together and make them look realistic. Another political photo with Vladimir Putin shaking the hands of Donald Trump with Merkel in the foreground as well, and a lot of folks here. And obviously we're going to talk about how this image was created and show you where some of the modifications had been made to this particular image. So what we want to talk about is data hiding versus deep fakes. So in other words, we've done a lot of work in data hiding detection, steganography detection in all forms, whether it's images, multimedia, etc. But how does data hiding relate to deep fake? In other words, how do these two things actually come together? And let's take a look at some of the aspects of steganography first, and then we'll talk a little bit about deep fakes. So the etymology of steganography, it comes from the Greek root steganos for covered and graphy for writing, yielding covered writing. So steganography is all about covered writing. And some of the first known uses of this happened 4,000 years ago. So this has been a technique that has been used in warfare for pretty much ever in order to be able to conceal information and communicate information. So remember, the difference between encryption and steganography is an important thing to remember. We're going to talk about that. The story of Demaratus is one of my favorites. Demaratus was exiled in Persia, and while he was there, he received news that there was going to be an invasion of Greece. And he wanted to get back in the good graces of Sparta, so he wanted to get words to them. So he took the tablet of the day, which was a wax tablet where there was wax covered over a wood background. That's the stylus that you see at the top. So it's kind of like an iPad of the day. And you would actually write your message within the wax and hand it off. Well, since he knew that if he tried to get a message out to Sparta this way, they would detect it as the guarders of the gates of where he was exiled would certainly have picked this up. So what he did was he peeled the wax off the tablet and he engraved the message, the secret message, in the wood of the tablet, and then passed it by the sentries of the day. He was able to get that by and get the message to them. So it's the physical form of covered writing, of hiding a message underneath something else. In this case, the cover was wax, and the writing instrument was a wax tablet that was in fact created. We take a look at images. This is one of my favorites that I use in many of my presentations because it's an image that everybody knows. It has a couple characteristics that make it really a terrible image to use for hiding information. The image on the left is the original. The image on the right has a fairly significant Word document embedded in it. And the reason it's a terrible image is it's one that we all know. We have an expectation of what this is going to look like. We've all seen this image. It's probably one of the most known images in the world. The second is that it has very limited colors, and most of the dark shades, those are not the kinds of things that you use to hide information. However, even so, these two images side by side, the original and the fake, look pretty good. So what if we take a look at these two images in a little different way? In other words, let's render these images differently to see if we can actually see a difference between those. Since this is actually a true color image, the data hiding occurred in the least significant bit of the RGB spectrum. So let's take a look at that from that point of view and see what we get. This is again the original image on the left, and you notice if we render just the least significant bit, we find there is in fact information in that least significant bit in the original image that basically is providing the shape of the image, even though it was only a single color, in this case the red LSB value. If I look at the red LSB value in the image that was stegoed, in other words data was hidden in it, we see the information is completely different because that least significant bit was used to hide the information. So how we render the image and how we actually look at these things is what leads us to the ability to be able to detect the difference between, in this case, real and fake within a stego realm. So how do we do this when it's not steganography, when it's actually a fake image? So it all comes down to the concept of intelligent feature extraction and classification so that we can actually train a machine in order to be able to do this using machine learning techniques. But if we don't understand the kinds of features that we need to extract that make a difference between real and fake, it's not going to work. So let's take one of the images that I've showed you so far. We'll take the image of Vladimir Putin kind of giving the thumbs up to Trump and Merkel. Was this a real image? Let's take a detailed look at this. So how do we do that? The first thing we want to do is break the image up into small pieces. Obviously, we break it up even to smaller just to kind of illustrate how we do this. We break it up into frames within that particular image. Once we do that, we take each individual frames, for example, the one that is around the hand, the thumbs up from Vladimir Putin, and we take that center pixel. And when we take a look at that center pixel, we want to basically compare it to the adjacent pixels to see if we can find any anomalies within those adjacent pixels that don't occur in the normal image. So this is how we actually are doing this. We actually take that center pixel and we do this throughout the entire image in comparing those adjacent pixels. So we first create a baseline of what normal is across the image, and then we're looking for areas of the image that don't conform to that normal behavior between these adjacent pixels that are around it. In order to do that, what we can do then is create a set of sample images that are labeled either fake or real in this particular case. And then we can extract those features that we're interested in, take those features and put them into a set of pandas, in other words, panel data, which is basically kind of like a spreadsheet, and scrub them, basically kind of actually make sure that we have no real outstanding outliers and that kind of stuff, and actually scrub that data a little bit. And then what we do is we actually run that through a learning engine like scikit-learn or TensorFlow, whatever you want to use, and basically create a model of what is normal versus. This is supervised learning, obviously, so we're going to basically know when we start this out what's good and bad. The issue is this is a very interactive process. So once we do this, we have to create the model, and we run through this process over and over again until we get both the feature extraction right and we tune the learning engine to learn properly. So at least we can get the images that we used as the model, in other words, as the sample images, to come out correctly. In other words, to be able to detect the difference between real and fake. Then what we do is take that to the next level, and we bring in images that are real and fake and run them into the model to see if we can identify those. So we do the same feature extraction, we run those through whatever model we have, and then we can actually visualize the results. In other words, what areas of the image are we finding anomalies that we don't find in the rest of the image. It's kind of a simple take on what we do, but just kind of give you an idea of how this actually functions and work. So with that, you might be saying, okay, well, I'm from Missouri, show me how this works. So the next thing I want to do is kind of give you a quick demonstration of a tool that we've developed that actually puts this into practice.
So let's put the machine learning engine to work. I'm actually going to show you a demonstration here of a tool called VS that we've developed in order to be able to do this kind of active analysis of these potential images. So the first thing we're going to do is select an image that we want to actually analyze, that pilot selfie that I've already shown you. And what we're going to do is it first comes up and creates a baseline of that particular image And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and perform the analysis of that image in order to identify areas of the image that are anomalous, so that we can actually pinpoint areas of the image that we believe were altered in order to create this fake. So you can kind of see this is what it looks like. The yellow dots basically indicate the areas that we've identified. So you can see that there was multiple components of this image. The tie was added, the glasses were added, obviously the pilot was added, to that. You'll notice that the engine actually contains some analysis as well. And the reason for that is because they wanted to make it look like the engine was running, not on some runway. Let's take a look at another one real quick. In this particular case, we'll take a look at the Zac Efron and Dwayne Johnson video. Do the same thing, create the baseline, go ahead and perform the analysis of that image and see if we can identify areas of how that was pieced into that background by Paramount Studios. And of course, we can kind of see the edges of that. But you notice the rest of the image is right. So there's edges in the other parts of the image that are not showing up, but only the ones that actually interact with the background in a specific way. Also, there was adjustments to the hair, the eyes, that kind of thing that were modified in order to be able to make this image look better. So that's the second one that we wanted to take a quick look at, so you can kind of see how we can actually identify those areas where the image was in fact altered. So let's take a look at another one. In this particular case, we're going to go ahead and actually look at something just a bit more interesting, in my opinion. That's potentially a bit more dangerous. This was the image that I showed you where Putin was shaking hands with Trump, which obviously never occurred, with Merkel in the background as well. So what we're going to do is basically take a look and see if we can identify areas of that particular image was altered. Obviously, exactly what we expected here. The thumbs up and the hand was actually added to that particular image, so we get all kinds of anomalies being detected around that. So you can kind of almost see exactly how that was actually added to this particular image, and DML is picking this up as an anomaly based on the extracted features that I talked about earlier that we use. This is a really interesting one. This is the Trump and Putin image, and this one's interesting mainly because there's some features here that we weren't expecting to discover that we actually discovered as part of this particular image. So what we expected to see was where the two images were put together. You can kind of see how they were blended together. But even though it was done really well using AI in order to integrate these two, the other thing we noticed was we found anomalies within Putin's eye. We didn't understand what that was initially, and then we realized later that he wears contacts to enhance the color of his eyes, and we're picking up that anomaly there. In the case of Donald Trump, he has caps on his front teeth to enhance the smile, and therefore we're picking up some of those anomalies as well. So not just anomalies that were actually created by the alterations, but anomalies that were in the original image as well that were in fact dramatic. And then the last one is kind of a fun one. We'll take a look at this image with the flying saucer. To basically take a look. This is a little bit larger image, so it's going to take a second to load, so I kind of fast forwarded the analysis for you so you didn't have to wait for that. And when we analyze this one, we notice there's nothing. We see no changes in this particular image whatsoever, no anomalies that are there no matter how much we zoom in. And that's because this particular image was real. So in other words, either the photograph that was taken of an object that was there to appear like a flying saucer, or this was a computer-generated image where there are no anomalies that we can detect within the particular image. So this can happen when we're actually analyzing images like that. Next, I want to kind of walk you through a cool way that we capture these images from social media. One of the questions you might have is how do we actually capture these live videos or live images within the internet? We built a special application that allows us to create bounding boxes around specific areas within the world. In this particular case, I've selected Orlando, Florida, in order to be able to kind of track some of the tweets that are occurring during the rover launch. And I thought this would be a little bit more fun than something negative. So hopefully you'll enjoy this. And so what we're going to do is actually we selected that bounding box area, 100 miles, for 2 hours. Obviously, I'm only going to play about a minute of this for you. And we're going to start to capture the tweets that occurred along with the images that were posted along with those tweets. So really dramatic. You can kind of see that Not only do we capture the tweets, but we also capture the emojis that are there. We convert them to text so you can see what they are. Obviously, we have a log of everything that occurred, as well as all the images and all of the text are associated with it. This tool allows us then to pinpoint any area in the country or the world so that we can actually capture live tweets. Many of you may not know, but Twitter will pull down tweets that are offensive, etc., but we can capture them because they're here live. We're capturing these as they occur. In this case, everything's pretty benign, but in certain cases, we want to be able to capture events that are occurring and be able to capture those images and videos that have been altered as they occur so that we can then perform the analysis of them with the FIATS tool.
With that quick introduction of our research and development activities as they are associated with media analysis of disinformation campaigns, we want to thank you for tuning in and always supporting DefCon. A lot of the innovations in the world happen here, and so glad that you were able to make it. If you want to reach out to Mike or I, you can. Those are our email addresses. It's probably the best way. We're also on LinkedIn. Obviously, you can find us there. Have a great rest of the conference, and hopefully you've learned a lot from this particular event, and hopefully this introduction to media analysis disinformation campaigns has been worthwhile to you. Have a great rest of the week.
Thank you so much, Chet. Thank you so much, Mike, for your fantastic talk. So, in terms of question and answers, Q&A, they can be they're actually currently on the Discord, the DefCon Discord, at the PHV-Talks-Text channel. That is PHV-Text-Talks, and we will be there. We are there to answer any questions. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back. We are on for our next talk. Thank you so much for joining us at the Packet Hacking Village at DefCon 28. Our next speaker is no stranger to the Packet Hacking Village, as she gave a talk back at DefCon 26 2 years ago. She is a security researcher, a speaker, and senior information security analyst at the University of Buffalo. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Catherine Ullman and her talk, Dumpster Fires: 6 Things I Learned About Incident Response by Being a Firefighter. Take it away, Kathy.
Welcome. Today I'm going to tell you a story about things that I learned about incident response by being a firefighter. Let's get to it. Here's the agenda, what we're going to cover. I'm going to start with a little introduction about myself, tell you a little bit about my background in IR, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself as a firefighter. Then we'll delve into what IR is, for those of you who don't know what IR is. And then we'll talk a little bit about firefighting, because even though you might know what IR is, you might not be familiar with firefighting, beyond obviously putting out the fire. Then we'll do some comparisons between IR and firefighting. Definitely some similarities and some differences, of course. Then I'll describe some challenges and opportunities, the things that I learned from being a firefighter that I then brought back to IR. I'll summarize and then end with some final thoughts. Let's get going. Alrighty. So, for those of you who are not familiar with me, my name's Catherine Ullman. I go by Investigator Ch on the internet, in the Twitterverse, and I've been with the University of Buffalo for over 20 years. I'm on staff with B-Sides Rochester and a cyber camp that we hold. I volunteer with some stuff. I've spoken at a bunch of conferences. I have some certifications and a couple degrees. Even those of you who know me from the IT realm may not be familiar with this information about me as a firefighter. I've been in the fire service since about 1997. And since then, I've become a state fire instructor with New York State. I've done some credits, college credits on firefighting. I was a certified fire investigator at both levels in New York State. And I was also a member of the J Fire team. So the fire thing is something I've been doing a long time. Just in case you're still not convinced, this is me at the scene of a fire, and this is part of the story that I'm going to tell you. I'm holding what's called a thermal camera. When you look into a thermal camera and you point it at something, what it's going to show you is a difference in temperature. So things that are darker are usually cooler in temperature, and things that are warmer are going to show up as lighter in color. We'll see why that matters later. And just in case you weren't sure, I'm the one with the camera, and the person to my right is our captain. So now let's delve into what incident response is. I like this definition of incident response because it focuses on the technical components that you're going to need to analyze and contain an incident. We'll see in a bit why that's a little different from incident handling. So you're going to be the boots on the floor person, the person who's actually focused on dealing with this incident directly. You're going to address network events. You might deal with them in a reactive or a proactive way, depending on your organization. And an event can be anything that's going to affect the CIA triangle, your confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. The goals of incident response are going to be to make sure you know when there is in fact an incident or some kind of thing going on. You're going to stop that attacker. You're going to minimize the damage that is caused, and ultimately you want to prevent it from ever happening again or something similar from happening. These are your basic phases of incident response: preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Let's break these down a little bit. Preparation. So during the preparation phase, we're going to document. You want to document both your network itself. You might want to document the particular machines in question. One of the most important things you'll want to document is where your important data is, right? Where are the keys to the kingdom? That's critical. You might do some tool building, perhaps to help you respond better to an incident, or perhaps to help you know when something is happening that shouldn't be. Then the next step is going to be awareness of the attacks. And ultimately, this could be something as simple as an automated ticket system that tells you that there's a problem, could be from a phone call. Your containment phase, you want to stop whatever is happening. So that might be patching a system, blocking some sort of C2 connection, maybe pulling the power out of the back of a machine. Depends. Then during the eradication phase, you're ultimately going to remediate. You're going to remove compromised hosts from your network. Whatever it is you have to do to get the bad guys gone. During the recovery phase, you need to restore those business functions because of course that is the whole point of incident response initially, is to get up and running again. Then you want to learn from exactly what happened so that the same thing doesn't happen again. Here we have incident handling. You'll notice it's a little different. It focuses on the other things that are important in an incident. The logistics, communication, the coordination, planning, all of these other functions. And ideally, you want these two things to be separate. Now, I understand in smaller organizations, you might be the only person doing this job, and you might have to do both. But if you're the person who's boots on the ground and you're working on containing an incident or eradicating the attacker, you don't also want to have to be the person who's communicating out every 5 minutes what's going on. So if you have somebody else doing that, it's a whole lot easier to focus on what's at hand. Now let's move to firefighting. What is firefighting? Well, it's the obvious. We're going to put the wet stuff on the red stuff, as they say. We're going to prevent the spread and extinguish significant unwanted fires. So, not your backyard barbecue unless it's out of control. And we'll do that for buildings and vehicles, woodlands, that sort of thing. Our goals, as you might expect, are to protect the health and safety of ourselves and of the public. We're also going to protect property and the environment. Just because we're in the process of putting a fire out doesn't necessarily mean we want to make things worse, right? So, for example, if we have a situation that might involve hazardous materials, we need to make sure that we're doing our best to prevent that from making the situation worse. And we want to minimize, the disruption of community activities. Great example of that would be a car fire or a car accident. You have a lot of people who are, say, trying to get to work in the morning or trying to get home. And if one of those things occurs, we need to set up traffic support to help you still get from place to place and minimize any disruption while we're taking care of the particular incident. We too have a preparedness cycle. It looks kind of like this. We'll do some preparing, then an emergency will happen. We'll respond to it. We're going to recover from it. We'll mitigate where we can, and we're back to preparation. Now, in this preparedness cycle, in the fire service, we usually start more on the mitigation side. And let me show you how and why. So mitigation for the fire service has to do with preventing future emergencies or minimizing their effects. So if you've ever been to any kind of, say, fire department open house where they're doing fire safety demonstrations, they're handing out smoke detectors, right? That's a mitigation. We want to see if we can help people understand how to prevent fires and accidents in the first place. Sprinklers in a building are another great mitigation method. Preparedness. We need to be prepared to handle that emergency. So we're going to make sure our gear is maintained, that we're drilling so we know how to use the equipment on the truck, that we have pre-plans of the building. Perhaps there's something unique about accessing certain parts of the building or getting people out if necessary. And then recovering. When we recover from an emergency, we're going to clean up, we're going to restore things to their functional purpose again, we're going to repair equipment that might have been damaged. This is pretty standard for us. So here's the next part of the story. You saw me looking at the camera, right? This is the same fire. Two more pictures from this fire. The one on the left has me, if you probably can't tell because my name's not on my coat, but that is me. And what I'm attempting to do in that picture is change out an air bottle. The way firefighters breathe inside a building that is on fire is we wear something called self-contained breathing apparatus. And that's made of a harness and a bottle and some other pieces that help redirect airflow. Needless to say, there are several components. My job on the left-hand side is to change the air bottle. Your average air bottle is about 30 minutes, 45, which can go very quickly if you're working hard in a scene. And when a firefighter runs out of air or starts to run out of air, they come out and they ask somebody to change that bottle. So that was my job at this fire. I was changing bottles for the people who needed them. If you look in the picture on the right-hand side, you'll get at least a small idea of what that bottle and harness setup looks like, because you can kind of see the top of the bottle. What I want you to focus on that right-hand picture is the fact that the firefighter's shoulder has a lot of damage. If you look carefully, you will see there's actually been flame and heat impingement to that shoulder area. What I didn't realize when I was changing that bottle is that it was not just his coat that had been damaged, but in fact the harness that holds the bottle and the air hoses that connect to it. So I go to change that bottle, and unfortunately, when I put the new bottle back in and connect it all up, I get hit with a blast of air in the face. Fortunately for me, I was wearing my gear correctly. There was no damage. And ultimately, I instructed the firefighter to take the pack and make sure that it went out of service. Now, why is this important? Nobody got hurt. It wasn't a really huge deal. Nothing bad ultimately happened. We'll get back to that. So pay close attention to that picture. Think about that story. And remember here, I was just doing my job. All right, so one other piece of terminology in the fire system that's really important to understand is the incident command system. And it's this idea of an organized response to a problem. You're going to have a coordinated response with potentially multiple agencies. You need some way to organize that chaos, right? Such that everybody knows what they're doing and what their job's supposed to be. If you've been in the military before, you're probably familiar with chain of command. Obviously, if you're in law enforcement, that's something else you're familiar with. Not dissimilar idea. This is what forms our effective chain of command. So here's what the incident command system looks like. And we're not going to spend time looking at all of this, but you'll see the incident commanders at the top, typically going to be one of your chief officers. And at the bottom, you're going to have operations and planning, logistics, finance. And in between, you'll have some other folks who report directly to the incident commander. What's important to note here is that the incident commander doesn't have a ton of people reporting directly to them. And the reason is it makes this whole situation way more manageable. So let's look at the pieces that are most often in smaller incidents. So you have your incident commander. They're going to define what the goals and the objectives are for that particular incident. Again, usually your chief, or it might be a senior officer if no chief is available. And then you'll have operations. Operations is often the person who is in charge of making sure that those goals and objectives get met by figuring out what the strategy and the tactics are going to be. We sometimes have external operations and internal operations. If it's a large building, we might have operations on multiple floors. So we might have operations for the first floor. We have a high-rise facility, and sometimes we need multiple levels of operations. So that's not uncommon. The last three here, logistics planning and admin finance, are more common in very, very large incidents. When you need to have lots of people and extra supplies and equipment brought in, if there's going to be a long range plan, something like a hurricane hits, and we have to mobilize troops or demobilize them quickly, that's going to be on the part of planning. And then if we need some kind of licenses or deal with compliance issues, get some money together, whatever, that's where admin and finance is going to come in play. All right, so let's do a comparison of the two and kind of see. I think you'll find it interesting to see how they do compare. So methodology-wise, I think you've seen they're very, very similar, right? The only thing that was really missing from the firefighting circle were the lessons learned. And I'll tell you, even though it's not officially part of the methodology, if you are good at what you do as a firefighter, you absolutely pay attention to lesson learned. So I would say that these really, in terms of their functionality, are really very similar. But let's talk about some misconceptions. In incident response, there's this idea that every event is an incident. Well, that's certainly not the case. You can have an event where something is, change, but it's not necessarily an incident on the part of the particular organization you're with. And not every incident is handled the same way, right? I mean, certainly a small incident involving maybe one social security number is going to be different than an incident involving 100 social security numbers or 1,000. Every incident is quickly solved. Well, we know that's not true. We can have an incident that's really fast, maybe gets resolved in 10 minutes, and it can take one that takes days, weeks, months. It can be a really long time depending on how big the incident is. If law enforcement is involved, it can be even longer than that, depending on what court cases and all the other details play into it. This is, I think, one of the most important ones. There's this idea that every person on an incident response team needs to be a rock star. Well, that's not true. I'm not a rock star. I'll tell you that right now. And as new people come into this field, we shouldn't expect them to be rock stars either. We can all learn from each other. Another thing that's a misconception in IR is this idea that we can accurately attribute whatever's happened to a particular entity. It's hard enough to, figure out attribution at all, but to do it accurately is even harder. Likewise, in firefighting, we have some misconceptions. How about this idea that firefighters are always paid? How many of you know that there are tons of firefighters around this country that aren't paid? I'm one of them. I've been a volunteer firefighter for many years. I've never, ever earned a dime from firefighting. And yet, I still love it. It's a fantastic hobby and one that I wouldn't trade for anything. There's also, from television especially, this idea that firefighters are big, tough dudes. Well, I know you can only see my floating head, but guess what? Not a big, tough dude. Never was, never will be. We also don't fight fires the same way every time. Again, yes, we put the wet stuff on the red stuff, as one of my fire instructors has said, but we don't do it the same way. Maybe we need to do a search and rescue first. Maybe the building has partially underground. There are all sorts of challenges with the situation that don't allow us to do the same exact thing every time. Certainly, there's this idea that, fires get extinguished quickly, especially again on television shows, but it can take days. And in large, really large situations, it can take longer than that. Just depends. Maybe all you need is a water can and it's a little bit of burning mulch. Sure, that's extinguished quickly, but not all of them. And definitely not a full-time job, because that's not my full-time job. My full-time job is incident response. But we'll see, they're pretty similar things in some ways. First, we'll talk about the differences. So, in terms of incident response, it rarely involves life safety except in the universe of healthcare. If you work in healthcare, you absolutely can be the difference between life and death in some of the incident response situations you might wind up in. Patient records are critical. Ideally, there are things in place to prevent that from being, catastrophic. But in the rest of the world, despite what everyone would have you believe, life safety isn't usually the issue. That's important to remember. Certainly, IR teams typically get paid, and as I already mentioned, firefighters, not so much. We use computers and software for our day to day job. And while firefighters also sometimes use computers in certain capacity, they use mostly water, foam, chemicals, hoses, and show up in special vehicles like fire trucks. Most of us doing IR drive whatever we want, doesn't really matter. Obviously, if you're in an organization like law enforcement, well, you might have different experience. And we wear special gear as firefighters. I'm not going to show up at a fire in just a t-shirt and shorts. I'm certainly going to put on my gear, right? So those are some differences. Now here's where they are similar. In both cases, we're going to focus on that immediate issue first and find that cause later. We need to put that fire out. We need to stop that attacker. We'll deal with attribution and the cause later. We're also going to use triage to determine the best course of action. If you're not familiar with triage, it's this idea that when you have more than one thing to consider, you're going to decide which of those things is most critical. So, what most people are familiar with in terms of triage is a situation where there's been a motor vehicle accident and you have multiple people who are injured. You might have somebody who just has a bump on the head. You might have somebody who maybe is beyond saving. And you might have somebody who's serious, but with the right interventions could easily be saved. And looking at all those details, you have to decide which one to treat first. IR situations are exactly the same thing. You're going to want to take a look at the facts and make some decisions about what to do first. Ideally, you've pre-planned that, but we'll come back to that. They're cyclic in nature, both of them. We've seen that already, right? And they both require some pretty interesting thinking outside the box. In incident response, sometimes we use tools that we might use for other things to try to get information for the response. And in firefighting, we do the same kinds of things in the sense that, for example, I have a friend who's a firefighter in my hometown who had a patient on a multi-story building who was very large, and they didn't have equipment that would easily facilitate getting him out of the building where he was. So he went to the local hardware store, got some equipment, and built something to get this individual out of where he was stuck. Thought outside the box, didn't just use the equipment he had, worked with other things that he was able to get a hold of. In both cases, we often bring in outside entities. Firefighters rely heavily on mutual aid, bringing in other fire departments as necessary, or perhaps specialty teams. We do the same thing in incident response. While I do incident response for the university, we might need another team if something were significantly serious enough to come in and help us. Maybe if it's a large enough incident, maybe if it's a certain kind of incident. And sometimes in both cases, there are inside teams. So again, I'm inside at the university, and there are companies that have inside firefighting teams because they're a manufacturing organization that's large enough. So now let's talk about the things I've learned from being a firefighter that I think are relevant to IR specifically. I'll start with this first challenge, tunnel vision. This is the idea where we focus exclusively on one particular thing instead of seeing that big picture, right? And we make bad decisions when we do that. Think back to that image, the two images of me changing out that air bottle for the firefighter and his burned coat. This is an example of tunnel vision. I'm focused on doing my job. That's all I'm doing. And frankly, I could have gotten really hurt here because of tunnel vision. I wasn't taking a step back in my head and looking at the bigger picture. I was just focused on the task at hand. Here's another example from firefighting. Look carefully at those cones. Pull up to the fire, you get off the fire truck, and this is what you see. What are those cones protecting? At first glance, you see a fire hose. No big deal. So maybe you're going to use that hose. You're going to help put the fire out. Maybe you're going to bring a piece of gear to the other person, if you look carefully, who's standing at the door. If you look more carefully, you may or may not see there is actually a live power line that those cones are actually trying to protect you from. And if you go rushing into the scene because you're so focused on putting the fire out or getting the gear that somebody needs, you could get really hurt. We have the same kind of thing in IR. We need to consider whether or not a scene is safe. In many cases, sure, it might be, but it depends. It depends on the situation. The picture that I'm showing you below is of a server room that has asbestos. If there's an issue in a server room with asbestos, you don't want to go running in there. Consider if somebody tells you that you have a malware situation and you get focused on that, but it turns out it's just a misconfiguration. Or maybe you do blind hardware acquisition. So you go running in and you grab drives. That machine, you find out later, was powered on and was running encryption. And now you don't have the keys anymore because all you've done is grabbed hardware. You haven't thought about it. Maybe you were told that a situation involved ransomware and you're worried now and you're focused on how you're going to handle the ransomware, but it turns out it's just a phishing email. So, hand in hand with tunnel vision is reactionary behavior. Not only are we focused on one thing, but we react to it without thinking ahead, right? We're allowing those outside forces to make that decision instead of relying on the data we have at hand and thinking about that bigger picture. In the fire service, it can lead to really deadly situations. So the photograph you see here is from a horrible fire that happened not all that long ago in Worcester, Massachusetts. It was a cold storage fire in an old meat packing plant that was built in 1906. People hadn't been in that building in a very, very long time. It had been vacant. No pre-plans had been made. It turns out it had a maze of meat lockers in it. When this fire broke out, there was supposedly somebody trapped inside. So they sent in 2 firefighters. The 2 firefighters went in and attempted to find the individual they thought was trapped. They got hopelessly lost and radioed for help. So the chief sent in 2 more firefighters to help them. Unfortunately, those 2 firefighters also got hopelessly lost and could not get out of the building, nor could they find the 2 original firefighters that had been sent in. So the fire chief sends in 2 more firefighters. Guess what? They too get hopelessly lost. And ultimately, the fire chief says, no more. I'm not sending any more in. Now, at first, he was harshly criticized by his team for this because, of course, their own folks were inside that building. But the reality is, any further reactionary behavior to try to save these individuals would just have led to more death. These folks died because pre-plans weren't made and they didn't know what was in there, and it would have been a reaction to just keep sending firefighters in. We see the same thing within IR, although usually not as deadly, right? If we're doing forensics, we need clear, explicit goals. If the reactionary behavior is just figure out the bad stuff, that's not helpful. You need to know more specifically what it is they want you looking for. Another example is just pulling a network connection. What if you need more information about the attacker because of what they're doing on other systems? Or what happens if you just turn off a machine? We've already talked about the situation where you have a key in memory and you turn the machine off and it's gone. Suspending all accounts is another example where it could be you have one account that's compromised, now you suspend them all and that causes more headaches. Another challenge is freelancing. Now, in our field in IT, a freelancer we often think of as somebody who's more of perhaps somebody who's just not working directly for the company, right? They're a contractor. But in the fire service, this notion of freelancing is this idea that somebody is not following chain of command. They go off on their own and kind of do what they want in an attempt to get the job done, but they're not following what's been laid out for them. And that can lead to dangerous and reckless situations and bad feelings and all kinds of problems. In the fire department, we see this typically where we have what's called the crossing of the streams. And for those of you who don't know, the picture in the bottom right is Ghostbusters. And they always talk about never cross the streams. Well, in firefighting, the idea is if I'm streaming water through the front of a building, and then a team comes to the rear of a building, and that building is a small house, now I'm fighting the team that's putting the water in both directions. And that can be really dangerous. Another way we see this in freelancing in the fire department that can be really dangerous is something where doors are opened or windows are smashed without coordinating it with other people. We've seen situations where a window could get smashed and a firefighter could be standing right on the other side of it because they don't realize somebody's there. It can also ultimately feed the fire because where there's more oxygen, that fire is going to go. So if it hasn't been planned out and it's not coordinated, it can actually make things significantly worse. In incident response, we see the same kinds of things. Team goes in to do a response, and you get somebody who thinks they're just going to collect everything. Well, there could be legal ramifications for that. What happens if they don't collect what's absolutely required? Maybe they overlook something. Maybe there's a duplication of data collection, which wastes time. Or maybe data gets altered or misrepresented because people are freelancing and not everybody's not following the same set of rules or the same guidance. Patience. This is a fantastic opportunity. Ultimately, you want to take that moment to determine what the best course of action is. As one of my fire instructors would say, slow is fast, right? You want to be deliberate about what you do because ultimately it will take less time if you take a moment, think things through, and then proceed. So, in terms of firefighting, you may remember the same house here. It's the same story. On the left is what we pulled up to. You'll notice you can see flame in the picture on the right-hand side, the sort of orangey bit that's on the right part of that underneath the eaves next to the downspout. And you'll see a little bit of a glow toward the front of that third window on the right, but we don't see flame blowing through the roof. Now, what I was seeing in that thermal camera image was that all of the fire, all of the significant flame and heat for this particular fire, that was up in that roof area. So, what would have been ideal is for somebody to go in on the inside, break through from the second floor up into that attic area, and ultimately put the fire out. Unfortunately, we had people who focused solely on where they saw flame, and as a result, we see what we see on the right-hand side, where flame blows through the roof and there's a lot more of it, and it took us a lot longer to get this fire out, which isn't to say that what everybody did was wrong, but taking a beat and thinking this through might have saved a lot of time with this fire. Okay, patience in terms of incident response. For those of you not familiar with Chegg, Chegg is a company that rents textbooks. Now, what do you think the odds are of an entity that rents textbooks to students in higher ed, of them using, oh, I don't know, same credentials at the university that they use at Chegg or vice versa? Yeah, pretty darn good. So Chegg had a massive breach that involved millions of accounts. And because they provide services to multiple universities, as you might expect, many institutions wound up with this exact problem. Tons of compromised accounts. But is it really the university's problem in the sense that, is it their breach? No. What it is password reuse. Chegg had the breach. Yes, the universities and institutions have to do something about making sure those passwords get reset, right? That's important. But it's not the same as having those passwords having been breached on the systems that are actually at the university. That is an incident. That's pretty serious. So before you panic when you hear about a huge breach, even if it could impact your institution, think for a moment, take that beat about exactly what the implications are. What is the real risk here? And also consider that time is important, but as we saw with the picture of the asbestos room, life safety is more important. So taking that beat can also be life-saving in incident response, depending on what you're walking into. All right, accountability. It's this idea, at least in the fire service, of knowing where all your people are. You want to know if they're in the trucks. You want to know who came with one truck. You want to know who's gone inside a building. You want to know who's getting rehabbed. But really, in incident response, we do the same kinds of thing. We want to make sure that we prevent hazards and duplication of efforts. We don't want to step on each other's toes or have any sort of direct interference. So on the left are accountability tags that we use in firefighting. And for example, we'll use one of those tags, we'll place on the truck so that everybody knows what truck you came in on. That way, the officer on that truck knows where their people are at all time. They might put another, if they go inside the building, they'll use a second tag and put it with the accountability person at the door so that they know where they are inside the building. For incident response, we can do the same kinds of things. Perhaps swipe card access. If you're going inside a facility where you work, we'll show you where you are, what room you're in. And maybe you need something more detailed, like an incident access log, depending on the situation. So we can do accountability with IR, and it's important. Okay, pre-planning. Pre-planning is absolutely critical. You want to know your environment. You want to know through your own documentation and planning, third-party documentation, and anything else that you can think of before it becomes a problem. And in the fire service, we're going to do that with what are called pre-plans. And in incident response, we're going to do it with things like tabletop and pre-mortem exercises so that we have this idea of what we might run into before we run into it and prevent those gotchas. So this is the kind of thing we do in firefighting. On the left is a map of a building, basically. I know it's a little difficult to see, but the idea is that it maps out for us where the hydrants are, where the electrical shutoff is, and it might tell us if there's any hazardous materials in the area. The thing on the right might tell us a little more about the building construction. This is more of a general pre-plan that's going to tell us about other hazards, other information, but it's the same concept, right? It tells us what we need to know about the facility we're going into to keep us safe and those that we're trying to rescue, and perhaps the general public, depending on the particular situation. We can do the same thing in incident response. We can do tabletop exercises. If you're not already familiar with backdoors and breaches, you should be. The Black Hills folks, John Strand and his crew, have built this amazing card game, which uses a 20-sided die and this set of cards, and it can help you build an entire event from the ground up. And then you can do the investigation using those cards. It's really interesting, and I highly recommend it if you haven't already tried them. But it can walk you through scenarios, everything from something happening in a natural disaster type emergency to the intern who's done the wrong kind of thing and made an accidental mess. Obviously, documentation we've talked about, right? Document your servers, document your workstations, document where your data is and what your network is like. And the more information you have, the better off you'll be. And hopefully it goes without saying to a certain degree that this would also include your incident response plan and whatever team you have. So to summarize, we want you to start thinking like a firefighter. I think that applying these firefighter ideas to incident response has really made me a better incident responder ultimately. You want to avoid tunnel vision. You want to do what's called a 360 of the problem, which in firefighting might literally mean a 360 around the building, which is what we try to do, or at least somebody does when we get there, whether it might be the operations person, it might be the incident commander. But at a minimum, we always pull past the building that's on fire or potentially on fire so that we can see at least 3 sides of the building. That gives us that bigger scope. We want to make sure we're acting, we're deliberate, we don't just react. We don't want to be misled by emotion. Follow whatever plan that you and your colleagues have come up with. Don't just freelance. It can be, physically dangerous in certain circumstances, and it can just be plain frustrating in others. Have patience and take that beat. You never know what you might have missed if you didn't. Those 30 or 60 seconds could save tons of time. And even in the fire service, taking those few seconds ultimately could save a life, even if you think going faster might have done it. Location. Make sure you know where your people are. Document your location. Both of your equipment, your people, where your data is, and pre-plans, they rock, right? Less chaos, way easier to respond if you already have a plan. And consider something like the incident command system so that you're organizing your response. The thing about the incident command system that's so cool is that ultimately it is fantastic for scaling to larger incidents. As I mentioned, you can have only one person in charge of just a few people. And if you scale that out, it works really well in larger situations. So bringing in outside entities, this is so much easier because everybody's on the same page. So some final thoughts. I know that many of you have never thought about incident response in this way, and that's okay. That's the idea. Think outside that box. Try some things you've never tried before. You may find that ultimately it makes your job maybe more challenging in the beginning because it's going to pull you outside that comfort zone. And the reality is, great things never come from comfort zones. So do it. Push that envelope. Hopefully, you will find these tactics helpful. I want to thank you for coming to hear me speak, and I want to thank Wall of Sheep so much for having me. And I hope you have an absolutely wonderful DefCon and a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for your contributions and for your support for all these years at the Packet Hacking Village. Kathy and I will be on the DefCon Discord for any Q&A. We are on the... Thank you so much, Kathy. Apologies. We are on the PHV-Talks-Text channel. And we will be back at 4 p.m. Pacific for our final talk of the day. See you then.